It's 2 p.m, so we will start the meeting today. The members of the subcommittee are Councillor Richard Biggs, Councillor Bill Pipe and Councillor Bill Trite. Grace Evans is attending today as monitoring officer and will be advising the subcommittee, and Jackie Andrews is here today to present the report on behalf of Roger Green, who is now retired from the council. The first item of business is the election of chairman. Please could I have a nomination for chairman?
Right, well, I'm only sitting here in order to propose that Councillor Bill Pipe be chairman of this hearing this afternoon. Could I have a seconder?
I'll be the seconder.
In that case, the decision is unanimous and Councillor Pipe will take over the chair. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this afternoon's business. Are there any apologies, Susan? Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest of the panel? No declarations of interest. The terms of reference have been noted by the committee. Therefore, we shall move into exempt business. The hearing will normally be held in public, but the subcommittee may resolve to exclude the public and press for any part of the hearing where confidential or exempt information is considered under Procedure of Rule 22 and Access to Information Procedure Rule 9.2. Councillor Hollingshead, as you're the person mentioned in the complaint here, how do you feel about the hearing being held in public? No, absolutely fine. Okay, thank you very much. Could I now ask Jackie to present Roger Green's report? As you've heard already, the previous solicitor of the council has now left employment of the council, and therefore Jackie will present his report. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Jackie Andrews. I'm Service Manager for Democratic and Electoral Services, but as you've already stated, my role here today is as presenting officer, putting to you Mr. Green's report. As a result of that, I won't be able to answer questions in respect of why certain documents are included in the report or what Mr. Green meant when writing certain statements. As you've heard already, Mr. Green has now retired, and he's no longer an officer of Dorset Council. So my role today is to present the report to you and to highlight legislation and case law that you may wish to take into account when considering the complaint. So members, on the 24th of December 2021, a complaint was received from Shaftesbury Town Councillor Karen Tippins in respect of Shaftesbury Town Councillors Andrew Hollingshead and Alex Chase. The complaint relates to a joint press statement issued by them on the 15th of December 2021, following the resignation of the town clerk. The statement, available in full as part of Mr. Green's pack, states, and I quote, "As citizens, it is only right that you also know why Claire is leaving. This is because of a relentless and vindictive campaign of bullying by Councillor Karen Tippins, which is a matter of public record." At the Dorset Council Audit and Governance Hearing Subcommittee of the 20th of September 2021, the panel unanimously agreed that the behaviour amounted to bullying and harassment over a period of time, and I was quoting the press statement there. So a number of documents are presented as part of your pack prepared by Mr. Green, and some of these have been provided by the parties to the complaint. I believe the detail of an earlier complaint considered against Councillor Tippins, referred to in the statement issued by Councillors Hollingshead and Chase, is included for information. However, it's really important that everybody bears in mind today that the outcome of that subcommittee on the 20th of September is not included for further discussion, but merely so you can see the findings of that subcommittee as this is referenced in the press statement. I think it's really important to focus today on the nature of the complaint before you, members, i.e. the complaint made by Councillor Tippins regarding the press statement issued by Councillors Hollingshead and Chase. And it's really important that you're not distracted by previous Code of Conduct hearings or other issues raised in correspondence with Mr Green, although some of these you may wish to consider as part of your deliberations. Many matters have already been dealt with, including the earlier subcommittee, and it is not for members today to review the conclusion reached by that subcommittee, nor for other parties to query the outcome of the previous subcommittee. Any comments today by anyone present should be constrained to the matter before the subcommittee today, i.e. the press statement. Councillor Tippins' complaint is that the following paragraphs of the code have been breached by Councillors Hollingshead and Chase. So that is 2.1, I do not bully any person. 2.2, I do not harass any person. Number 4, confidentiality and access to information. 5.11, I do not bring my role or local authority into disrepute. And 6.1, I do not use or attempt to use my position improperly to the advantage or disadvantage of myself or anyone else. Obviously, the detail of the private discussions between the former town clerk and Councillor Hollingshead and Chase in respect of her resignation have not formed part of Mr Green's investigation. These are private employment conversations. However, Mrs Commons has written to Mr Green advising the content of their press statement drew upon the reasons for her resignation without divulging the contents of her resignation letter in detail. In her letter to Mr Green, Mrs Commons says that Councillor Tippins states that the published statement is false and libellous, but without having sight of her resignation letter, Mrs Commons doesn't believe that Councillor Tippins can assert that. Mrs Commons also commented to Mr Green, and I quote, "My resignation was as a result of continuing aggressive and intimidating behaviour by a small collection of individuals consisting of Councillor Tippins and others she has worked or has close connections with. Those individuals are not the subject of this matter, and I therefore shall not name them." So that's a quote from Mrs Commons' submission. So members, today it's for you to consider whether you believe that, number 1, the content of the statement was appropriate. Number 2, if the content and tone was unfortunate and ill-advised, especially when you perhaps might expect all parties to be seeking to build better relationships within the town council. Or finally, number 3, whether the press statement amounts to a breach of code of conduct as alleged by Councillor Tippins. When considering the press statement, you will want to consider whether it was reasonable and appropriate that the statement set out the reasons for the town clerk's resignation, or whether the detail was included in an attempt to bully or harass Councillor Tippins, as she alleges in her complaint. In your deliberations, it's important that members give consideration to legislation and case law that covers freedom of expression. So Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights protects freedom of expression to hold opinions and ideas, including speech, which might be unpopular or shock. It is okay for councillors to express strong views and or challenge views, opinions and decisions of councillors and officers, and in fact, that is part of your duty as councillors. There is case law that gives councillors enhanced protection of freedom of expression, which extends to all matters of public administration and public concern, which is referred to as political expression, including comments about the adequacy or inadequacy of performance of public duties by others. However, there's case law that quite clearly sets out that this doesn't extend to gratuitous personal comments. There is further case law that's clarified that it's acceptable to make critical comment to councillors or officers with greater tolerance of conduct to councillors, as councillors are elected and expected to have thicker skin. And there is also case law that says there is a degree of toleration of immoderate, provocative, emotive, irrational, aggressive, offensive or shocking speech. Mr. Green's report states that it is a case where I, being Mr. Green, recommend on balance non-breach but question the precise wording of the press statement as being necessary. Having taken into account the evidence provided by Mr. Green in his report, together with the Code of Conduct, legislation and case law, the subcommittee are asked to consider whether there has been a breach of the Code of Conduct. Chairman, that's the end of my presentation. It is my intention to call Councillor Tippins as a witness. I'll be directed by you, Chairman, as to whether you wish me to take questions now or whether you wish to hear from Councillor Tippins first and then take questions after that. So, Chairman, I'll be guided by you on that, but thank you.
Right, thank you very much for that. I will at this juncture take, see if any of the panel have any questions for you, and also Councillor Hollingshead and the independent person, if present. You are there, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So, Councillor Hollingshead.
Yes, I have some questions, please. Jackie, thank you very much for taking over from Mr. Green on this. In Mr. Green's letter to me the 29th of March, he advised that the investigation was only dealing with an alleged untrue statement to the press. I believe you confirmed that was the sole focus of the investigation. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingshead. Obviously, Chairman, I'm unable to comment on the areas on which Mr. Green has focused because it was his investigation, not my own. But I've read his report thoroughly a number of times, and he states that his recommendation is based strictly and only on this complaint and not on other historical problems or differences.
Thank you, Chairman. Would you therefore agree that the only words in the statement at issue are the following: a relentless and vindictive campaign of bullying by Councillor Karen Tippins?
Thank you, Councillor Hollingshead. Councillor Tippins' complaint is set out in full in the bundle, Chairman, and it states, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the accusations made by Councillors Hollingshead and Chase are both false and are libellous. In addition, Councillor Tippins' complaint is that the statement was made without her knowledge and without any form of reply. So Councillor Tippins has set out the paragraphs of the Model Code of Conduct she believes to have been breached. So it is beyond that statement that you set out, Councillor Hollingshead.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to the burden of proof. Could you just explain the test of the balance of probabilities?
Thank you, Councillor Hollingshead. Chairman, I think I'd have to defer to your legal advisor if she's able to do that. I can't comment on that as presenting officer today.
I will defer to the legal advisor.
Thank you, and I can confirm for the committee that the balance of evidence today is balance of probabilities. It's not the criminal test. The criminal test would be beyond reasonable doubt. So today you're balancing on the basis of probabilities.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Hollingshead, if you have more.
I'm on, right, thank you. And if the panel conclude on the balance of probabilities that the statement is true, that Mrs. Commons did leave because of a relentless and vindictive campaign of bullying by Councillor Tippins, then I would argue there's no case to answer.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingshead. Chairman, so I believe that regardless of the truth of the statement, it's for this subcommittee to decide whether the issuing of this statement amounted to a breach of the Code of Conduct.
Thank you very much. Do you have more, Councillor?
I'm afraid I do. So I will look to seek to demonstrate in the hearing today that the statement I made was true, and those 11 words are pertinent to the whole of this. I also I'm grateful for the clarification of Mr Green's letter, where he said, if any party seeks to introduce irrelevant matters, he will reject the material not referred to in his report. And I think Jackie has confirmed that. And also you've confirmed that he would not consider any historical evidence or allegations or rumours of gossip, and that's been confirmed as well.
Over to you, Jackie.
Yes, sorry, Chairman. I'm unaware of whether Mr Green rejected any material, so I've only had sight of the report that's before you members and has been provided to both Councillors Hollingshead, Tippins and also Councillor Chase. So whether or not there's been other material that's been rejected by Mr Green, I'm afraid I have no knowledge of that.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I think the point I was trying to get to is that a number of issues that have been raised by Councillor Tippins about whether or not the statement in question complied with Shaftesbury Town Council policy or what was said on Facebook or rights of reply to the media, as detailed in that complaint, are irrelevant matters and therefore not pertinent to this report and this hearing. Would you agree that is correct, Jackie?
So I can't comment on this particularly as presenting officer, except to say that if Councillor Tippins is alleging a breach of Town Council policy, then it may be relevant to her argument that paragraph 5.1 of the code has been breached. I do not bring my role or local authority into disrepute. However, Chairman, this will be part of your deliberations when you've heard all the evidence and heard from all the parties today, and it will be for you to balance whether or not that is in fact relevant to Councillor Tippins' allegations of breach.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd now like to just ask about the 7 principles of public life, the Nolan principles, which are the principles that are enshrined in the codes of conduct across the public sector. The principle of openness states, holders of public office should act and take decisions in an open and transparent manner. Information should not be withheld from the public unless there are clear and lawful reasons for doing so. Can you comment on whether Mr Green considered that principle in his investigation report?
Chairman, I think it's difficult for me to comment on that as, I'm not Mr Green. He was the investigating officer, but he does say that he's considered all the documentation in his bundle, and his bundle does include a copy of the Shaftesbury Town Council Model Code of Conduct that was adopted in July 2021, and the Model Code of Conduct does have this principle clearly set out. So he says he's considered all the documents in the bundle. The Code of Conduct is included in that bundle, and that Code of Conduct includes the principle the Councillor Hollingshead refers to. So I can only assume that Mr Green has taken that into account as part of his investigation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hollingshead.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to establish the point that the principle of openness is sort of supreme over the codes of conduct because it informs the codes of conduct. We've already touched on this, but in Mr Green's report of the 15th of August 2022, he notes at key issue 2 that the complaint is a little unusual, to use his comment, as the hearing of the subcommittee on the 20th September 21 found that Councillor Tippins did breach the code based upon her actions towards the former clerk, Mrs Commons. And for sake of clarity, that was a breach of code 2.1 brackets B and 2.2, and those are the codes covering bullying. Oh.
Code 2.1 is the one that covers bullying, yes.
Chairman, thank you. At his key issue number 4, Mr Green makes a comment about the timing of the press release 3 months after the September 2021 hearing and Mrs Commons' acceptance of a new post in that same week, and asks whether it was entirely coincidental. I was wondering, because he doesn't say it in his report, whether Mr Green was aware that the Shepton Mallet post became vacant in August 2021, was advertised in October 2021, closing date of 26th of November 2021, and that Mrs. Commons was appointed after going through a selection process on the 14th of December 2021, which I think explains where those 3 months were. It is a question because Mr. Green does raise, if I can just go to his key issue 4 in his report. He does say, it then has to be said the press release was some 3 months later after the subcommittee, the September 2021, and just after it appears the former town clerk accepts a new post of employment at Shepton Mallet in the same week. And he poses the question, is this entirely coincidental or were there other discussions going on that affected the timing? And I just wanted to bring into the matter, as Mrs. Commons isn't here for me to ask the question, that actually there was a chain and that it was, as I've just described, that the post became vacant in August, it was advertised in October, closing date 26th November, and Mrs. Commons was interviewed and selected and appointed on the 14th of December, which covers that 3-month period. Thank you.
Chairman, I don't think there's a particular question there, and I wonder if perhaps that's an issue that Councillor Hollingshead can raise as part of his statement, because deferring to Ms Evans, I think we're in the situation of questions to me in respect of the presentation. So I don't think there's a response expected from me to that question.
Okay, I shall turn to Grace Evans, who will give us a bit of clarity on that one.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you are still in the section at the moment where these are questions for Jackie as presenting officer on behalf of the investigating officer. So there will be an opportunity for Councillor Hollingshead to make any statement that he wishes to make to your subcommittee later in these proceedings.
I'm grateful, Chairman. I've just the one more question. Jackie, at the penultimate paragraph of Mr. Green's report, he recommended non-breach, as you've alluded to. Would you concur with that recommendation?
Chairman, in danger of repeating myself, I didn't carry out the investigation. I'm here merely to present the report to you, and I don't think it would be appropriate for me to comment on a recommendation when I haven't been party to all the interviews, etc. So I think you have all the information before you. You can ask questions of both Councillors Hollingshead and Councillor Tippins. So I'll leave it there, Chairman.
Thank you. We do understand the position that you're in, which is a difficult position, to say the least. But I think Councillor Hollingshead, will you be happy with that?
Chairman, thank you very much. I'm very grateful.
Thank you very much. As you have no further questions, I'll turn to the independent assessor, whose name I believe, and I'm going to get it wrong, Mr. Chris Lousley. Over to you, sir. Questions only, I'm afraid. That leaves me to members of the panel. Gentlemen, do you have any questions of Jackie at the moment? Yes?
Yes, it's just really, I was looking through Mr. Green's report and I couldn't really, well, it sort of touched on in his conclusion. And it's obviously really difficult because he's not here, but I'm just, have I missed something? And it was around bringing the council into repute and whether that statement issued, passes that test, and how that would be measured, really. I don't know if that's anything you can answer, or, is there something I missed in the report in your summing up?
Chairman, I think that's something that you'll have to explore together with advice from Grace when you come to deliberate on the information you've received today.
I'll put my microphone on. Yes, please. I'll defer to Grace.
So as Councillor Tippins is here, she can be called by Jackie if there's any witness statement that she particularly wants to make to the committee today. If Councillor Tippins has questions, and if she has questions for Councillor Hollingshead, they will come later in the proceedings once we've moved on to hear from Councillor Hollingshead. So at this point, if Councillor Tippins had anything to add to the statements that you already have in front of you in the bundle, if there's additional, then she can make her comments today if that's acceptable to you. Otherwise, you may want to move on then and hear from Councillor Hollingshead.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Tippins, I will invite you to give any statement that you wish to give to the committee about your complaint. This must be about the press release, not the hearing and decision of the 20th of September 2021. And this must be a statement and not questions. Your chance to ask questions will come at a later time. Okay? If you have anything more you'd like to add, please do it now.
I'm getting quite confused because the agenda, I'm following the agenda, and the agenda states I can ask questions of the comments that Mrs. Andrews has just made. I do have comments, especially surrounding the case law and the context that she's actually quoted the case law.
If I could intervene there. No, it doesn't work when I've got mine on. I don't have that agenda here, Councillor Tippins. Please don't talk over me. This can take a long time, especially when there's two of us trying to get a point over. Okay. This is the agenda. It may be your agenda, Councillor Tippins. It's not mine. I shall ask the monitoring officer which agenda we are working from. After a small consultation there, it would appear that you have a different agenda to us. And therefore, as it does say on your agenda that you are allowed to ask questions, then I will allow you to ask questions of Jackie Andrews.
So, Mrs. Andrews quoted Article 10 of case law. Article 10 is in relation to when councillors speak and it's their opinion. The press release, what Mrs. Andrews needs to clarify is, or maybe read out, when the press release, when you look at the press release that went out, it was not in the opinion of the two councillors, was it? It states Shaftesbury Town Council. So Article 10, as it's a press release on Shaftesbury Town Council, and it didn't state that it was their opinion, will you accept that Article 10 does not apply and that the social media and media policies apply, because they issued a statement stating Shaftesbury, that it was issued from Shaftesbury Town Council. So first,
Jackie.
do
Turn off the right-hand button. Thank you, Chairman. I think when you come to your deliberations, Grace, who is legally qualified, will be able to explain to you how and if Article 10 applies to the press statement, the application of the social media policy. In my presentation to you, I indicated that they'd been included by Mr. Green. And in fact, you may consider that the social media policy, etc., are relevant when you're looking at Councillor Tippin's comment that paragraph number to do with bringing the council into disrepute has been breached. So you need to look at the social media policy, which is included in part of your pack, and it will be for you to determine whether or not there has been whether that has been followed or not, and if it hasn't, whether that amounts to a breach, Chairman. It's not really for me to decide. That's for you as a subcommittee when you're deliberating.
Okay, I'll clarify. It clearly says Shaftesbury Town Council. Can you please clarify, Mrs. Andrews, this article was sent to 6 media outlets, wasn't it? And on behalf of Shaftesbury Town Council, and it was not voted through any council meetings.
I'm probably of the opinion that you can't answer that because you're not the investigating officer. So I will defer to the monitoring officer on this occasion.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 2 points to make. I'll come back to that point. The point about Article 10 will be something for you to take into account, but only at the end of your deliberations. So when you deliberate later, we'll be talking about whether or not there was or was not a breach of the Code of Conduct. If it's your finding that there was a breach, and if you find that there are sanctions, at that point we would consider whether or not Article 10 has any relevance to these proceedings at all. And I can advise you at that stage.
Thank you.
Councillor Tippin, sorry, could you just repeat I was focusing on that question. Can you repeat the last question that you asked, please?
The statement that went out to it went to 6 newspaper outlets as a statement from Shaftesbury Town Council. It was not. It did not go through any council meetings. It was not voted through at a council meeting, and I wanted Mrs. Andrews to confirm that it actually went to 6 newspaper outlets. It's stated in here all of the newspaper outlets that it went to.
Chair, well, I think all I can do is direct you to the bundle of papers that you have in front of you. The bundle confirms how many press organisations were sent the press statement. And I can't comment on whether or not there was any council meeting that endorsed that statement or not. These may be questions that you would like to pose to Councillor Hollingshead later in these proceedings.
What hasn't been clarified is that Mrs. Commons accepted a promotion the day before this newspaper article was issued and at Shepton Mallet, and that is in the public domain. Is there a reason why that wasn't made clear to the committee?
Sir, can I just, it's appropriate for me interrupt at this stage, but to assist Jackie, I get the impression that the questions Councillor Tibbins is posing are more in the way of statements she wishes to address to you, just to assert that, assert her point of view. They're not really things that Jackie can answer. I mean, the things that she addresses to you, that she says, this is social media, or the statements were made through 6 media outlets. And she makes her representations to you, and during your discussions afterwards, your determination, you take account of those statements. But I think, to be fair to Jackie, they're not really questions to her. She's in no position to answer them, and it's inappropriate that she should. I say they're by way of representations on behalf of Councillor Tibbins' case.
I thank you for that, and they're very valid points, which is why I have deferred to the monitoring officer on at least 2 occasions on 2 questions where it's totally obvious that Jackie cannot answer those questions, which is why I refer to the monitoring officer. It's not an ideal situation that we find ourselves without the former solicitor to the council. So we are where we are at the moment, and we'll try our best to not muddle through, but we're not here to do that. We're here to hear the case for and against, and we will decide on the evidence that we have in our packs and any evidence that we subsequently hear here today. So thank you for your points, and once again I say they are relevant, but we are where we are, I'm afraid. Could I ask Councillor Tippings to ask the direct questions rather than the statement followed by what may be deemed a pregnant pause, which may sound as if it's like a question? Could I ask you to do that, please? Thank you.
Am I allowed to then ask Mrs. Andrews to read, to confirm that I did not contact Claire Commons within 3 months at all, and that's stated in her letter?
You may. I think you already have done.
Chairman, I'm going to repeat myself again. All this information is contained within the bundle. Claire Commons talks about the period of time between which there was no contact between Councillor Tippins and herself. So all I can say to you is you will have done as I have done and read the bundle and seen all the information there. I think Councillor Tippins is here as a witness in this matter. So I think really would just be seeking questions of clarification to me, and I would agree with our independent person in that Councillor Tippins is really making statements that could come to you, and I don't want to get very boring and keep saying, well, you know, I didn't do the investigation, I didn't do the investigation. So, Chairman, entirely a matter for the subcommittee, but you may wish to invite Councillor Tippins to make her statement and then ask the both of us questions on that if you saw fit, but obviously deferring to Ms Evans just to confirm that that might be an appropriate way forward.
Thank you for that. If you have any other questions, Councillor Tippings, that are... please don't talk over me. Sorry, it's off. It's off. Right. Thank you. If you have any questions that will add value to what we have already heard and particularly read, then I would welcome those. But if you have nothing more that's already been established in the documents that we have, could I invite you then to make your statement, please?
I just want to seek clarification on how I can have been a relentless bully when it's been confirmed in the letter I had no contact with her for 3 months.
Thank you. Jackie.
Chairman, I think it's really important to note that there's been no decision made today. The decision today is entirely a matter for you as the subcommittee. And as we've already discussed, the earlier subcommittee of the 20th of September is not here for the decision to be analysed, revisited by either yourselves or by any parties here. So there's been no decision today. Roger's recommendation is merely that, and any decision will be for you, Chairman, but Councillor Tippins is the complainant today, not the person complained about. And I don't really think that we should be revisiting the September hearing.
As I said in my preamble, that this must be about the press release and not revisit the September 2021 decision of another subcommittee. And I would really appreciate it if you could stick to the press release.
So the press release was sent out on the 15th of December by Councillor Hollingshead and Councillor Chase. I had no pre-warning of this press release at all. I was contacted by an editor who phoned up and told me, "Are you aware of what Councillor Hollingshead has done? Have you seen?" And I said no. And it had gone already out onto social media from months and months and months. At no point had I ever spoken with Claire Commons, sent an email, spoken with her on the phone. I've had no indication at all that this was actually going to happen. No, there was no meeting, no phone calls, no text messages, completely out of the blue. The whole of the press release that went out onto social media, I think it probably hit about 50,000 users through Councillor Hollingshead contact, Kerry Jones with This Is Alfred, implies that I'd caused Mrs. Commons to resign without a job to go to. It implies constructive dismissal.
Sorry, do you have a question?
I thought I was on the statement.
Yes, if she had no other questions. Okay. If this is your statement, then we will welcome it. I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
Sorry, I've started my statement. So the article that went out to probably hit around 50,000 users, as I was saying, implies constructive dismissal. At no point did anyone state in the article that Mrs. Commons had already accepted a promotion a day before, and it was in public record at Shepton Mallet. So she'd accepted a promotion to Shepton Mallet the afternoon beforehand. I've never been given the resignation letter. I think as a matter of courtesy, seeing as I was named on the resignation letter, I should have actually been informed. In the resignation letter, it should have stated that Mrs. Commons had already accepted a promotion to Shepton Mallet. At no point had Councillor Hollingshead or Councillor Chase informed council that Mrs. Commons had got a job. Councillors only found out through seeing that it was announced at Shepton Mallet on the 21st of December. Further to this announcement, I received a threatening letter from Councillor Hollingshead demanding my resignation. If I hadn't resigned off the council, they were going to do a vote of no confidence on me. And this was because Mrs. Commons had resigned. Again, at no point did they actually state that Mrs. Commons had already got a job. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is yet again councillor intimidation, where I was kept completely in the dark, not told anything. No, if Mrs. Commons felt that I was somehow bullying her, I just don't understand how when I didn't speak with her. There was a term used that I've never even come across before in this article, which says bullying by proxy. I have no idea what that means. The abuse that I received online was absolutely horrendous. And it went on so many different social media pages, highly abusive, highly misogynistic, and Councillor Hollingshead knows that, and so does Councillor Chase, they know that I actually can't see the websites that Kerry Jones is posting everything on, that I have to be told what's going on. I actually can't go into the websites and put my point of view forward. Other people have to do it for me. Other people have to go in and report abuse, and these are invariably taken down. So it's over 100 highly abusive Facebook statements were made against me. The editor that contacted me refused to publish this article. This was in Blackmore Vale. She said it was awful because she couldn't find it on any council meetings. She said that it was, in her opinion, councillors being malicious. She could not find any statement that was made on the Shaftesbury Town Council website endorsing this. So she refused to do it because it was just before Christmas. The Blackmore Vale put out a comment saying that they were not going to publish this article, that it was against the Christmas spirit. All of the other news outlets refused to publish it. The only news article people that published it is Miss Councillor Hollingshead's personal friend, Kerry Jones. this is Alfred. They're friends with each other. All of the others that were in that list, they all refused to publish it. They all refused to have any part in this nonsense that keeps on going on with these councillors picking on me. They refuse to have anything to do with it. And the fact that I actually had an editor that was concerned about what was going on just indicates how awful some people have actually been feeling. I had members of the public sending me emails telling me how absolutely disgusted they were with how I've been treated by Councillor Hollingshead and Councillor Chase. And they just wish that it would all just stop because they really are not interested. So I think the thing is that since this article has been published, it is continuing. I get abuse online on a regular basis, about on average about 2 to 3 months. And I can see that, that the government is actually looking towards principal authorities to try and protect councillors from having this continued online abuse. So I'm reaching out to say, Councillor Hollingshead, Councillor Chase and other councillors need to stop trying to make out that I'm doing things where I'm not. It's not evidence. They seem to have acted like judge and jury based on what? No evidence, no communications, nothing. It was just before Christmas. It was followed up with, as I said earlier, a threat. If I didn't resign within so many days, there was going to be a vote of no confidence against me in the new year. The objectives are malicious. They have always, ever since I was elected, the only thing that they've all wanted me to do is to resign off the council. This is councillor intimidation, and they're trying to do it by constantly maligning me, being malicious, using their friend, Kerry Jones. This is Alfred, who they know they're going to get a 50,000 user hit. They also know that I have no right to reply. I have no right to go into onto the internet and put forward my own point of view, because they know I've been blocked. They know I'm dependent on my husband to help me out and other residents to help me out, and to go in and stand up for me. And this is what's actually happening in a very, very, very small market town. And the attitudes just need to start changing. It needs to, I'm really dependent on yourselves saying that this just has to stop. Their attitude of actually trying to fabricate, make things up, turn things into being malicious, to try and force a councillor that they don't like, to try and force them to resign. Because it's blatant maliciousness, and this article was issued purely to cause harm, and it is very, very, very unpleasant. Last week they did a very similar activity, and it went out onto the internet, and I had 3 days of online abuse, and again this was Councillor Hollingshead and other people, so it has to stop.
Thank you very much for that statement. We come to questions for Jackie or to Councillor Tippins from firstly Councillor Hollingshead. then the independent person, if he has any, and then the subcommittee. Councillor Tippins cannot ask questions without my permission, and don't forget you're actually attending as Jackie's witness. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Tippins, you've known Mrs. Commons since May 2015 when you were first elected onto Shaftesbury Town Council.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And you stood down in January 2017 from the Town Council. Okay, and during your time in office, there was a rapid turnover in clerks, I believe about 6 in total, and Claire Commons took on the role of interim deputy town clerk.
Could I just butt in there, Councillor Hollingshead? If you could keep your questions relevant to the press release, that would help us immensely. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just trying to clarify the breadth of time Councillor Tippins had known Mrs. Commons. I'll go straight to the press release and also the facts that Councillor Tippins has supplied in the papers. Councillor Tippins, in your letter on the 7th of August 2022 to Mr. Green on page 1, you list 6 and you call them undisputed facts. I'd just like to clarify a couple. You state as an undisputed fact that Mrs. Commons accepted a promotion to Shepton Mallet Town Council. Where did you get this undisputed fact from, please?
It's Shepton Mallet. They put her contract of employment, and it was on their HR minutes on the 14th. It's the 14th of December on the on Shepton Mallet website.
Thank you, Councillor Tippins. And at point 6, you state that Mrs. Commons obtained a settlement payment from Shaftesbury Town Council, and that residents are concerned that she used the system to her financial advantage. Could you explain what you mean by that, please?
She'd already got the job.
Councillor Tippins, you don't have to answer that question. We must stick, Councillor Hollingshead, I'm sorry, to the press release. You did say you were going to go straight to the press release, and you may have wandered slightly.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry, I'm just, these are facts, well, these are comments that Councillor Tippins has made in hearing now, and these are comments that she supplied, which are in the pack. So I am merely trying to clarify some of these points. But
I think you can put all of this that you're saying into your statement when your time comes. Thank you. But what I want to hear now is what you have to say about the press release. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Does the independent person have any questions?
Yes, just one.
That's it.
I'll have to be careful I don't stray towards the hearing last September, because it's something that arises from that and which I think would be of interest to the panel, particularly in the light of what has happened subsequently and your complaint against Councillor Hollinghurst. And I would stress, before asking the question, that I am as an independent person, I am independent, and I am concerned about what has been going on. I have seen over a long period of time what has been going on in Shaftesbury Town Council. So the one question I have from you, when I, just out of interest, and I think it's important background information, at the hearing in September, one of the recommendations was that there should be further training for councillors and that you should undergo further training in the light of the decision. Could I just ask you whether you did undergo any further training?
Yes. I'd like to point out to you that not only do I attend most council meetings, I have the highest attendance record. I also have the highest attendance record of training. If you go and look at every councillor in Shaftesbury Town Council, you'll see that this year alone, I've been on 4 DAPT training courses. I also have over a 95% attendance record at council meetings. So, I do like training.
I'll just intervene there. The training that was specified at the September 2021 hearing, can you categorically say that yes, you have done that training?
The training was for, I'd already been on that course, and that's on my record. So I did double check, and I checked with DAPTC, and they said that, and I asked for it to be put against, on my, against my name. So if you look on my councillor record, you'll actually see that I have already been on that training course. But I went on the code of, I've been on the code of conduct ones, I've been on all of the financial ones. I am the most trained councillor at Shaftesbury Town Council.
Okay, so on the question of did you, if the subcommittee deemed it appropriate that you carry out further training, and you say that you've already done that training, did you do further training?
Yes, I did what was available, which was the code of conduct training. So whatever is there, I've gone on it. So I try and go on as many courses as possible.
I believe Jackie would like to intervene.
Yeah, Chairman, just in case it's helpful, I can see that Councillor Tippins attended Code of Conduct training on the 23rd of March of this year. There are other training courses as well, but I think that's the one you were specifically inquiring about.
Independent person.
No, sir, that was just the one point I wanted to clear up, and yes, I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Questions from the panel? Councillor Triton, no? Yes, please do. Councillor Biggs.
Councillor Hollingshead, at the time of the... Is that? Sorry.
Are these questions to Councillor Tipping?
These are for Councillor Tipping.
I'll reserve that. So.
Just a quick point, and it's mainly for my own understanding, is you said you should have received the resignation letter from the town clerk. Why did you say that, Councillor Tippins? Why should you get a letter?
Because I was named in it, and they've referred to it much later on, but I've never seen it, and I didn't even know that I was named in this letter. I've had no ability to write back and deny it or defend myself.
Surely the resignation letter was addressed primarily to the chairman of the council, in this case, Councillor Hollingshead. Would that be correct? And are you still currently the mayor, sir? You're not. Okay. So I still fail to see why you should have got your own individual copy of the clerk's resignation letter. I've been sitting on council since 1997 and I've never had one.
It was an accusation against me that I was not made aware of, and I've not. So I think that using another legal term, it comes into natural justice. So Mrs. Commons should not have named me without me being able to have a right to reply. I could have quite easily gone to a solicitor because, as I said, I had no email, no phone call, no meetings. And so how is that physically possible?
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Biggs. You're on.
Thank you. Councillor Tibbins, you alluded to the fact that you felt that something like 100 odd posts were very unpleasant. I mean, how can you put that in context? How did that affect you personally, do you think?
Well, some of them are very threatening and they're exceedingly nasty. And they just go on and on and on, demanding my resignation, and they're very personal, attacking me. They're saying, oh no, it's not tip-ins again, and they use very abusive terms. And just so you know, I actually have recorded this with the police because they've gone over the line with calling me an old bint and a C *** T. So the Kerry Jones does not take anything down that's nasty against me. And I'd like you to know that in council meetings, these councillors allow Kerry Jones to pull faces when I'm speaking, to interrupt council meetings, and so...
Councillor Biggs.
Thank you. I mean, you've answered my question very well in that respect. Regarding the statement in its whole, obviously some clear accusations against yourself. But there's also a comment that the council was recognised as a beacon of good governance. Is that something you would agree with?
Sadly, it isn't. It's the opposite.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Tribe? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hollingshead, I invite you to make a statement, if you wish, to the committee about the complaint that's been made against you. This must be about the press release, not the hearing and decision of the 20th of September 2021. And this must be in the form of a statement, and I urge you, please, not to ask questions within that statement. Thank you. Councillor Hollingshead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just want to clear up a couple of points before I launch into my statement. I promise they're not questions. The resignation letter did come to me as the chair and to Councillor Chase, who's then chair of HR. It didn't mention Councillor Tippins at all. The question of right of reply is not really for me to comment on, although I am aware that Kerry Jones has been mentioned, did contact Councillor Tippins and ask her for a reply. So I just wanted to put those two things to bed. The core of the allegation against Councillor Chase and myself is that in that statement released to the press, we wrote that Mrs. Commons left because of a relentless and vindictive campaign of bullying by Councillor Karen Tippins. So the question before this panel really is, do those 11 words represent a breach of the Code of Conduct as alleged? Because the whole of the question is around those 11 words. Without those 11 words, it would just have been a statement of fact, and I would contend it is still a statement of fact. So let us consider the evidence in detail. Councillor Tippins says they do represent a breach, that Mrs. Commons did not leave because of a relentless campaign of bullying. She left because she accepted a promotion to Shepton Mallet Town Council, that the resignation was 3 months after the September 2021 hearing, and as Councillor Tippins had no contact with her, there simply couldn't be a causative link. And she finally suggests that this is all to obtain a financial settlement of some sort, and that's reiterated in her letter of the 7th of August on page 2 and page 3. Turning to those points, Mrs. Commons did not receive a promotion. She moved from a point midway on the above substantive LC3 range at Shaftesbury to the top of the substantive range at Shepton Mallet. That is a lower scale, and because she's reached the top of that new pay point on appointment, there's no escalation, as I understand it. The question of Mrs. Commons and Councillor Tippins having had no contact after the hearing fails to note the rather obvious point that Mrs. Commons is the clerk and Councillor Tippins attends council meetings. It also ignores the fact that looking for a new post as a town clerk isn't quite that straightforward, and 3 months is actually quite short. Councillor Tippins also says that for months and months she had no contact, and she also says that in her letter earlier on that one of the undisputed facts is that since April 2020 she had had no contact with Mrs. Commons. Now I've got a bundle of emails, Facebook posts, and things which all are emails to Claire Commons and to various other peoples, including officers of this council, which I'm happy to submit for consideration if the panel wish to accept it, but I'll be guided by the panel on that. But I think those documents will put a lie to the fact that Councillor Tippins has not had any contact since April 2020 or for months and months. And finally, the allegation about Mrs. Commons trying to obtain a financial settlement is simply false and not worthy of any further discussion because it's completely untrue. Councillor Tippins also complains by issuing the statement, Councillor Chase and I breached Shaftesbury Town Council policy, but that I would submit is not relevant for the purpose of this hearing because that is Town Council policy, not Dorset Council policy, and therefore doesn't fall within the purview of this panel. But in any case, I would argue that as Mayor, it is totally within my rights and my duties to release statements to the media, particularly on a matter as important as this. As regards the rest of the content of Councillor Tippins' letter of the 7th of August 2022, which you have in your pack, apart from the issues I've raised, I would leave the rest of it for you to draw your own conclusions along with what has been said already today. So, returning to those 11 words, do they breach the Code of Conduct? It can only be a breach if what was said was untrue. That means you, the panel, have to conclude that on the balance of probabilities, Councillor Tippins did not subject Mrs. Commons to a relentless and vindictive campaign of bullying and that Mrs. Commons left her post for other reasons. In effect, that Councillor Chase and I chose to make this allegation up to harm Councillor Tippins. I would argue strongly that on the evidence some of the evidence you'd heard today, plus what is in your packs, plus the history of this, that on the balance of probabilities, the statement that I made along with Councillor Chase is absolutely true. It is also worth noting at this point that Councillor Tippins is one of 2 councillors who has refused to sign the Civility and Respect Pledge in Shaftesbury Town Council. Finally, in coming to decisions, you'll be advised in detail but I would draw your definition of the ACAS guidance on the definition of bullying, which states, although there is no legal definition of bullying, it can be described as unwanted behaviour from a person or group that is either offensive, intimidating, malicious or insulting, an abuse or misuse of power that undermines, humiliates, or causes physical or emotional harm to someone, and the bullying might be a regular pattern of behaviour or a one-off incident, happen face-to-face, on social media, in emails or calls, happen at work or other work-related situations, and will not always be obvious or noticed by others. And while the panel will be familiar with Article 10 of the HRA, I would like to draw your attention to the legal commentary on it in a handbook for legal practitioners from the Council of Europe, which is called Protecting the Right to Freedom of Expression under the European Convention of Human Rights 2017. At 6.2, the handbook notes, the court found that by being willing to work in the public sphere, politicians put themselves voluntarily into the spotlight and thus need to tolerate more criticism, have a thicker skin. And in Lingens versus Austria, the court developed some very important principles regarding specifically that politicians must show greater tolerance of criticism, including by the media. And the court wrote, the limits of acceptable criticism are accordingly wider as regards a politician as such than as regards a private individual. Unlike the latter, the former inevitably and knowingly lays himself or herself open to close scrutiny of his or her every word and deed by both journalists and the public at large, and must consequently display a greater degree of tolerance. Thank you very much. That's the end of my statement, Mr. Chairman. I do have these emails if the panel wish to consider them, and I have copies for everyone present.
As much as perhaps we might like to see your emails, unfortunately we were unable to do so. But thank you for your statement. I'm seeking questions now. Firstly from Jackie.
Chairman, I have no questions of Councillor Hollingshead, thank you.
Councillor Tippins, do you have questions for Councillor Hollingsworth? Hollingshead. I'm not the first one who fell into that trap today. Councillor Tippins, do you have any questions specific to the issuing of the press statement for Councillor Hollingsworth, please?
Yes, Councillor Hollingshead, did you say that Claire Commons had mentioned my name in the resignation letter or not? Because you just said just then she didn't. So what's this statement based on? What's
Councillor Hollingshead.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we're talking about two things. The resignation letter, which was a resignation letter and did not mention you, and private conversations I may have had with Claire Commons on her resignation.
Councillor Tippett.
I'm sorry, you completely changed.
You won't get any joy out of that until I've finished, I'm afraid. Could you reply in a way that is a question? Then I won't be telling you off or anything silly.
Well, how can those emails be produced as evidence when I've not seen them here and this? How can Councillor Hollingshead, how can you, and they're not in the pack?
They're not being there.
Because, well, I'd like to confirm that I did not communicate with Mrs. Commons from the September 2021 at all.
Okay, the emails that I think you refer to are the ones that Councillor Hollingshead proffered in his right hand about 10 minutes ago. Are they the ones? We have not seen those. We're taking none of that into consideration whatsoever because we don't know the content of them. And it would be unfair and against natural justice for us to actually see those. So if those are the emails that you refer to, then they're not part of this at all.
Councillor Hollingshead, are you aware that you are not my judge? So these conversations that you may or may not have had with Mrs. Commons, where there may or may not have been allegations, are you aware that you have no right to judge me and without talking to me, no communication, nothing?
So, sorry. As it did touch on the press release at the very end, Councillor Hollingshead, if you have a response to Councillor Tippins, we would be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not quite sure what response I can give. I clearly am not a judge or juror of anyone. I'm simply, as Mayor, representing the wishes and welfare of the town as I see it. And it's important to communicate to the town what is going on and that they are aware of what their councillors are doing. And the request had come in for information from press outlets, and that information was provided. I don't really have anything further to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Tippins, do you have further questions?
The settlement agreement was ratified at a council meeting, wasn't it? You said it wasn't.
Councillor Hollingshead. I fully agree with what you say there. I have written here that Mrs. Commons' employment opportunities are no concern of Shaftesbury Council or any member of that council after her resignation. So I would appreciate if those matters were not discussed here. Could I ask you, Councillor Tippins, to be solely relevant to the issuing of the in your questioning of the press statement, please. I won't allow any deviation from that subject, I'm afraid.
No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Tippins. Members? Councillor Trite.
No. Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Hollingshead, did you, in making that or producing that press release, did you tell Councillor Tippins in advance that you were doing so? And if you did not, was there a specific reason why you did not?
Thank you.
Yep, up to you, sir.
Chairman. No, I did not tell Councillor Tippins that press release was going out. I was aware Councillor Tippins would be contacted by the press for comment.
Councillor Biggs.
Yep. Councillor Hollingshead, in light of perhaps the effects Councillor Tippins has said how unpleasant it was in the cold light of day. Do you regret issuing that press release without consulting any other members? Or even Councillor Tippins?
Chairman, I mean, that's a very fair question. It's something I've discussed with Councillor Chase. Our shared position is this. No, we don't regret issuing it. It is a matter of fact, it is shared by 10 councillors on Shaftesbury Town Council. That is a matter of fact. And it is based on the fact that Councillor Tippins has systematically bullied Mrs Commons since returning to the council in December 2019. Now, I know those are past this particular occurrence, but the two are connected. And we had the hearing in 2020, bullying carried on from then on, and it is a fact. So it would have been perverse to ignore the facts. And as I said earlier, as mayor, I feel it's my duty to ensure that the town are aware of what their elected councillors are doing. Thank you.
Councillor Biggs.
So I would put it to you, perhaps turn around your argument when you explored what is bullying, which you came up with the definition of misuse of power. Do you believe it was a misuse of your power as the mayor at the time of the town council to push that statement out, and how that would have impacted on the feeling of the reputation of the town?
There needed to be a statement going out because the town clerk was resigning. So, it's not something that could be ignored. There was clearly immediate interest by our local press as to why the clerk was resigning and what was the reason for the clerk to resign, because it wasn't clear to me even that she was looking for another job. But once the facts were out, it was important the facts were communicated out. I'm sorry that Councillor Tippins feels upset about it, but the fact of the matter is it was her behaviour that led to Mrs Commons leaving the employ of Shaftesbury Town Council.
Do you have any more, Councillor Biggs? No? Councillor Hollinshead, the clerk in a statement to Roger Green says councillors were mentioned, including, as we know, Councillor Tippins. Why did you only mention Councillor Tippins in the press release when clearly in the clerk's statement to Roger Green there were others? Could you answer that question for me, please?
It's a bit of a tricky one because we're venturing into outside the scope of this, and I think it's. I would say that the reason Councillor Tippins was mentioned because that was the prime reason, and while there may have been problems caused by another councillor and problems caused by a small coterie of individuals who seem to think it's quite clever to bully the clerk, who are not councillors, the fact remains that it was Councillor Tippins as the focal point, and that was the reason that Mrs Commons resigned.
Okay. Did you have when you issued the press release on the 15th? Was it the 15th? Yeah. Did you actually have the clerk's permission to issue a press statement which included reference to Councillor Tippins, or what? I'll let you answer that one first, and I'll come back with a supplementary on that one, I think.
The short answer is I can't remember, but I do not believe that I got the clerk to sign it off. And on that point, the policy is not very clear within the town council. There is a little bit of wriggle room with all of these things. And as mayor, I have much more leeway in talking to the public and communicating with the press, shall we say. And I took that initiative upon my own shoulders and made that decision. Thank you.
Councillor Hollingshead, I may have missed Councillor Biggs' question to you because I was just checking something here, but for the sake of clarity, could you confirm exactly what prompted and why you decided to make the press release at this particular time? What was the reason for it? Was it simply something you and the other councillor decided upon, or were you approached, or what happened? Sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Mrs. Commons had informed us she was resigning, and that's when I say us, myself and Councillor Chase, who was chair of HR at the time. And Shaftesbury's a small town, and word gets out quickly, so it was quite obvious there would be a question coming in to me or to Councillor Chase as to, we've heard Claire's resigning, why? And we prepared a press release to put it out there to be ahead of the pack, shall we say, and get the information out there so there wasn't any uncertainty or any confusion. And because we had already been asked for a statement, it was right and proper that that statement was also provided to other press outlets that service that part of Dorset, which is why they went out. It's up to the editor whether or not they publish it or whether or not they want to ask me supplementary questions. I only had one editor in contact with me who wanted an interview on the back of that. I didn't hear from those, and the editor that Councillor Tippins refers to never got in touch with me, so I don't know who that was or what their problem was. Thank you.
Sorry, get us more clarity on that. You started off by saying that obviously there were rumours and talk about what had happened, but later on you said you received a request for a statement. Is that right, or did I mishear you?
Yeah, I'm having to sort of drag my memory back in time, but I would say within that 24-hour period, we had Claire Commons resigning. It would clearly be the case that there would be a request for a statement or a comment from the press. A press statement prepared by myself and Councillor Chase, and that was released. Now, how those all juxtaposed and what came first, I can't remember exactly at this point in time, but what I would say is that the statement and the requests probably all arrived about the same time, I would say, but I can't remember exactly in detail.
I think it's important because there's quite a difference between you hearing that stories are getting about and you feeling, as you put it, wanting to go ahead of the pack, that on the one hand, but suggesting that you actually received statements, you actually received requests for a statement. I'm still not clear whether you actually received a request or any request for a statement, or whether, discussing it with Councillor Chase, you decided that as the proverbial was about to hit, that, or potentially, that you should issue a statement off your own back. So can you tell me, can you remember whether you actually received a request for a statement or not?
If I could clarify, I was in the public sector for 40 years and held senior positions, and I dealt with the press on numerous occasions, and the training we had was always be prepared. So my recollection, as best as it could be, would be that we were told of Claire's resignation, prepared a statement, put the statement out, and then asked for an interview, certainly by one outlet, after that. And I think that is probably the correct course. I don't think I would have waited for the press to get in touch. I would have anticipated that the press would be getting in touch, and therefore I needed to get a statement out there ready so that I had control of the discussion when it came to me. And that is pretty much the advice anybody who is dealing outwards with the press will be given. Thank you.
So that means that there was no request and it was you making preparations for anticipated questions being asked, but you're saying to me that you didn't actually receive a request for a statement. Is that right?
I'd love to be crystal clear on it. What I'm saying is that it is most probable that I prepared the statement first, along with Councillor Chase, and that statement was released. And then subsequent to that, we had a request. Well, I had a request for an interview. I can't be any more specific than that, I'm afraid.
So I don't want to overdo this, but you then say, you say at the end there, you subsequently received a request. So who was that request from, and was it after or before you issued your statement?
I'm not quite sure how much further I can develop the answer. I'm not trying to sort of muddy the issue. I think I've given a clarity answer. I'll be guided by you, Mr. Chairman.
I think all avenues have been exhausted on that one. I think what Councillor Hollingshead is saying is that he doesn't remember the exact sequence of the events of the issuing or request for a press statement. Would that be correct, Councillor?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think with that it's most probable that I released the press statement prior to getting a request for a statement. But I can't be more exact than that. Thank you.
So you have, Chris, I probably did.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councillor Hollingshead. You may have seen in my response to Mr. Green that although I felt on balance there wasn't a breach, but I was concerned about the tone, the wording of that statement, and that is the whole thing that worries me. And I think it's, as we're dealing with this one statement, we're cutting out everything that went before and so on. We're dealing with this one statement, and that's why I think it's so important to get the sequence of events, and why I was asking about you whether you received a request, because what it appears was that you and Councillor Chase decided that that was the appropriate time to issue a statement. It wasn't at the behest of anybody approaching you. So the next question is, and I don't want to overdo this, but I think it is important. You and Councillor Chase decided on this statement. Did you get it approved or looked at by anyone else, or did you put it to anyone else and say, look, this is what we're proposing to disseminate to the media? Do you think that's okay? Should we do anything different? What do you, did you seek any further guidance?
No, thank you.
So that moves on to the next question, which is, you've already answered this, but I'd ask you to think again. Do you regret now the tone of that statement? Because it went, with respect, it went a bit beyond what was said at the at the hearing in 2021, because you talk about a relentless and vindictive campaign, an orchestrated campaign of bullying and referred to the actions of this individual. And within the statement, you did quote that the panel in 2021 unanimously agreed that her behaviour amounted to bullying and harassment over a period of time. Now, it's all a matter of degree, isn't it? So do you think, with the benefit of hindsight, that it might have been better simply to have restricted yourself to the words used in judgment by the panel rather than adding the gloss of that you did in your statement?
I think the statement has still said the same thing, whether we restricted ourselves to the words of the panel or written our own words. The fact remains, as if we had put out a statement that was anodyne, then certainly there would have been questions coming back, there would have been questions as to, well, what really happened, what you tried to cover up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And to what the council are trying to cover up. And, you know, my maxim is to be open and honest. And there was no doubt as to what had happened, and there's no doubt in the town as to what goes on. It's reported all the time. You know, Councillor Tippins bullied Mrs. Commons, and as a result, Mrs. Commons left the employ of Shaftesbury Town Council. An excellent clerk who took the council from a dysfunctional, failing council, which was Councillor Tippins will remember because she was on the council at the time, to a council that got a gold accreditation. Mrs. Commons would not have left. She would not have left Shaftesbury Town Council and taken a pay cut, in effect, because that's what she's taken, because she's got to drive to Shepton Mallet, if she hadn't been bullied out of a job. And I'm not going to pretend it didn't happen, and I'm not going to mince my words and say, you know, actually all the sweetness light. It's not true at all. So I made that comment, I stick by that comment, and I know Councillor Chase, who's not here today, he has work, but fully supports it as well. Thank you.
Yes, well, I wasn't suggesting you should do anything other than say it as it was. But all I'm saying is you use the word anodyne and quoting what the panel found, that Councillor Tippins' behaviour amounted to bullying and harassment over a period of time, I don't think one could describe as anodyne. I'll just ask you one more time, don't you think that it would be more reasonable simply to have left it at that rather than adding the gloss?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, that's a fair comment, and I accept that. But I think does not reflect the actual gravity and seriousness of what is going on, or has been going on at Shaftesbury Town Council. As I said, I'm not going to walk back from those words, because they are true. And I said earlier on, my maxim is truth at all times. So no, I don't regret those words. Thank you.
So one final point, and I will have to be careful I'm not making a statement myself, but you see, what concerns me, Councillor Hollingshead, is that I think we're all aware, and you are, that there have been ongoing considerable problems in Shaftesbury Town Council for many months now. And they haven't stopped. I'm just putting it to you that whatever you may feel about Councillor Tippins, and however she may have behaved, that to issue a statement quite like that, rather than trying to pour oil on troubled waters, was actually throwing petrol on the fire. And what worries me as an independent person looking at the situation in the round is that you have a council where councillors are at each other's throats, and sooner or later, one section or the other has to try and make the peace or try and make things work. And this is my concern about that statement, that the panel, having found that Councillor Tippins had not behaved properly, it just did not help for you and Councillor Chase subsequently to issue this statement. Now, do you understand that, or do you or not?
Of course I understand it, and I acknowledge the point you're coming to. And I would clarify that the council does not consist of a bunch of councillors at each other's throats. There are 10 councillors who work extremely effectively in support of the previous clerk and the new clerk. And there are 2 other councillors, and one of them being Councillor Tippins. And that's the fact. There's nothing I can do to change that, and we, as a collective group, have tried. We've changed the way the council is structured, they've changed the way the committees are structured, we've changed various things. We've included Councillor Tippins on the selection process for the new clerk. We've included Councillor Tippins in this. So, yes, I hear what you say, and if there was an easy solution, even if there was a hard solution that we could all work to collectively, great. But this is a councillor who's turned down 3 opportunities for counselling with us to try and find a way forward. And Mr. Mayor was the last person to try to develop that. So you're posing questions to me that I don't have the capacity to answer or to resolve. It's what it is. I'm sorry about that, but it is.
That's all. I do understand. I'm just floating that outside looking in, it seems a dreadful pity that all this is happening, and I just hope that everybody takes note, because what is the answer? I don't know. And I'm used to trying to produce solutions to problems, but seeing what has been going on, I don't know. That I'm asking you the questions, but it's obviously between you 10 and the other 2 somehow to sort something out. Otherwise, the only solution, presumably, is when the next elections come around, then the electorate sort it out for you.
I think that's a very fair comment, and thank you for that.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much for your questions. A very, very deep and worthwhile dig you've had. Councillor Hollingshead, did you have Claire Commons' permission to issue the statement, which included details of her resignation? Did she give you permission to quote, as you have done in your press release?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the press release here. Could you just refer me to the particular point? So, which, I've got the press release here, so,
it is with great sadness and regret that we announce that we have received and accepted the resignation of the clerk, Mrs. Claire Commons. That's you saying, by the way, was this issued on behalf of the town council, or was this issued just because this has never been actually established at this point in time? Was this press release actually released by the town council or by you and Councillor Chase in your own individual or the capacity of councillors and in your particular case the role of mayor?
it was released by Councillor Chase and I in our capacity as I was mayor, Councillor Chase was deputy mayor and chair of HR. We didn't get a resolution from council. we got the statement out in as soon as practicable.
Okay, so whose account did this go out on? Was it the town council account, or was it your own personal email, or Councillor Chase's email account?
It would have come from my town council email address.
It would have, or did it? It did. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Chairman, it would have come from my Shaftesbury Town Council email address.
And if we go back to the statement, where are we? And, however, as citizens, it is only right that you should know why Claire is leaving. Okay. So the resignation statement has gone in, it's been accepted by yourself and the head of HR, I assume. And now you're doing the press release. Claire has been an outstanding public servant, has worked tirelessly for the town council the last 14 years. As clerk, she has steered the council. We know all about that, her exceptional stewardship. However, as citizens, it is only right that you also know why Claire is leaving. Then you go on to say that this is a relentless and vindictive campaign of bullying by Councillor Karen Tippins. Did the clerk actually give you specific permission, or did you ask the clerk if you could include that within the statement issued on your town council account?
No, I don't believe we needed to ask the clerk. It's not something that she said to us, by the way, guess what, I'm getting all this bullying, because we all knew about it, because we'd all been dealing with it. So it was a fact of life. And as I said to you earlier on, I mean, those 11 words are the core to all of this, because we took those 11 words out, the statement would just be a statement of fact. It still is a statement of fact, but with the added impetus of what actually is really happening between councillors and the senior person in the town. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hollingshead. Councillor Tright, I believe you have a further question.
Thank you. Councillor Hollingshead, can I just ask you whether you have ever made any press release in the same way as this, off, as it were, your own bat in the past, or composed such with the cooperation of just one other councillor or one other person? Is this the first time, or have you done this before?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, we've done press releases before, but they have been usually around something positive to say that. So this is the first time I had to put out a statement in my role as mayor, covering such a sort of difficult issue, shall we say. So certainly as an elected councillor and as the elected mayor at the time, this was the one and only time I've been presented with a situation which required a statement of this import. Thank you.
But you have put out in the past, in the same way, press releases of a completely non-controversial nature.
I can't call any to mind at the moment, but I would imagine I would do. We do have quite a vibrant press community, and I have been contacted in the past by Kerry Jones, you've heard mentioned, by another journalist, Richard Thomas, who's approached me directly and lives locally, and who've asked for statements off the hoof or comments off the hoof or whatever. So I can't be more helpful than that. I mean, I chaired a committee and probably, I'd have been asked for a statement from that. But as I said, they would have been mostly to do with hey, guess what, we're doing this, rather than anything difficult like this particular statement.
Okay, if there are no further questions from members. Yes, Councillor Biggs.
I'd just like to explore the issue of sending it out under a council email address. In the days of old, you would have put a sort of a letter out with a town council letterhead. Is it not reasonable to assume that people receiving that would take the opinion that it had been endorsed by the council rather than your own personal view and Councillor Chase?
It was signed by myself and Councillor Chase. We would have, if it would have gone out as a council thing, it would have been signed by one of us or another councillor on or behalf of Shaftesbury Town Council. It wasn't signed as on or behalf of Shaftesbury Town Council. It was signed by ourselves. That's myself and Councillor Chase in our roles as Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Chair of HR.
Just to clarify, so does the town council have its own account that it would send out things, perhaps from the clerk or whatever?
That would come from the clerk's office. If it was a town council, a communication from the town council, it would come from the clerk's office. That would be the normal way it would be communicated out.
So that clearly is not a communication from the town council as you see it. It was your personal and Councillor Chase's. That's what you believed anyway. Your personal opinions. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so that was an email from myself and from Councillor Chase. Myself as Mayor, Councillor Chase as Deputy Mayor and Chair of HR. It wasn't an email on or on behalf of the Town Council, and it didn't come out from the clerk's office, which is the sort of formal umbrella way of communicating a Town Council communication. It was sent by us in our role as Mayor and Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
No more questions? Okay, the subcommittee will now go into private deliberation with the independent person, Grace and Susan down the front. The subcommittee takes the view of the independent person into account and makes its decision about breach and separately about sanction. And we will all return in due course after we've had our deliberations. I'm not in a position to say how long that will take, but people who are here at the moment, you're more than welcome to stay. Don't put your feet up, don't have a fag, and I think you can find a coffee somewhere if you're very lucky. So I adjourn the meeting now at 15:58. 2 minutes to good evening. So we have deliberated, and having heard from the presenting officer on behalf of the investigating officer and from Councillor Tippins and Councillor Hollingshead, and having read all of the papers, taking account of the view of the independent person, and after lengthy deliberation, the committee has made a decision. The subcommittee agrees with the recommendation of the investigating officer and find that there has been no breach of the paragraphs 2.1, 2.2, 4, 5.1 and 6.1 of the Code of Conduct. The subcommittee considers that the evidence does not show a breach of confidentiality or of bringing the councillors' roles or their counsel into disrepute. The subcommittee consider that the wording of the press release was an unfortunate and ill-judged statement, but in their view, this does not amount to bullying or harassment or improper use of position. The subcommittee considers it unfortunate that Councillor Hollingshead and Councillor Chase did not reflect more carefully before releasing the statement, which, although it quoted the findings of the subcommittee in September 2021, nonetheless embellished it in a way which was not necessary, and with the benefit of hindsight and perhaps advice from others, should not have been issued in the form that it was. That's all I have to say. Thank you all for coming, and the meeting is now closed at 1800 hours precisely. Thank you, everybody.